East Hartford, Connecticut, home to the Uconn Huskies, where basketball has a championship. And the shot that clears will put toe to leather and will get started. Coming out with it, it's Garrison. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. So Connecticut's offense will be first on the attack. As we take a quick look at the impact players for today's game, what players did you guys look to for motivation to make an impact during your playing days, Jesse?
Well, it was the guys we relied on each and every week. We came into the season expecting these types of guys to be our biggest weapons, and every week those were the guys that had to deliver for us in order to have success.
And it's just fun to have those guys that are consistent. Like, they lead by example, then they start to learn their voice and lead the team. But every week, guys that you can count on, they punch the clock, and they're hard runners.
Uconn quick to the line.
Well, the defense makes the tackle. They give up the first down. They've now got to communicate the next play call. They can't substitute because the offense is going fast.
Makes a stop in the backfield. He'll lose 4. He'll try to overcome that last play on 2nd and 15. Looking downfield, it's Uconn. Nowhere to go, and the ball is loose.
I love when defensive backs come up and they are physical and they stick their face in the fan and they aren't scared. Talking to the defensive coordinator coming into this game, he knew his DBs had to tackle well. They had to get these running backs on the ground. Great start on this first drive.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to turn one loose downfield. Got it in the middle. It's Gore. He won't get there. It'll bring up 4th down. Uconn will have to punt it away. They'll have to punt for the first time this afternoon. And the punt team gets down there and gets the return man on the ground. So the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers offense will take the field for the first time. Jesse, the man in the backfield today, not necessarily a superstar. They'll just try to have him grind out the tough yards when they need it.
He needs to be solid in this game. He doesn't need to be a Heisman Trophy winner today for them to win, but he has to get the yards when they present themselves. Take what the defense gives him, and you cannot turn the ball over.
Nah, you got to hold on to that rock, but it would be nice. I think this offense would really open up.
Oh, he's got some space. And the catch and run into the end zone. Touchdown, Chanticleers. When that receiver got free, it was all over.
And it's so nice to have a receiver like this as a quarterback because you pad my stats. I like those long touchdown passes where I just threw it really short and he did the rest of the work.
Getting set for the extra point after putting the scoreboard to work for the first time. And the PAT makes it 7-0. This offense prides itself on going after you, and they did with that long touchdown pass to finish off a 2-play drive. Fielded in the end zone, it's Garrison. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. They'll get this drive going from the 17. Off-play action on first down. Oh, they're after him.
Welcome to the frustrating reality of college football. Like, the guy at the quarterback spot, he can just do that. Pull it down, get positive yards, makes the defense have to account for him every single play.
And he really needed to hold on to that one, but it was not loose, and 3rd down is coming. We'll see if they go back to the air after the incompletion. It's 3rd and 5. Snagged out of the air. Really nice job to get it past the sticks, pick up the first down at the 30.
That was a 3rd down this offense absolutely had to have. They're already down in this game, so on 3rd down, you've got to find a way to win. And it's a nice job in the one-on-one, running a good route, creating some separation, quarterback throwing on time, and this offense stays on the field.
Not much he could do there. Does pick up 2 to the 34. The Huskies in the hurry up. Scanning the field, it's Uconn. He lobs one high down the left side. And that'll be incomplete. They certainly weren't afraid to take a shot there, and now it's 4th down. Uconn will have to punt it away. Let's see if he can help the coverage team out with this one. Not able to pop the big return, but they've got the ball back and ready to go with a fresh possession. This drive will start from the 19-yard line. They'll run it from the gun. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. The inside handoff. Good, solid, determined run there. They'll mark him down at the 27. The shot that clears come to the line on 3rd and short, trying to keep the drive alive. He'll keep it himself. Really nice job to get it past the sticks, pick up the 1st down at the 30. And the shot that clears come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Here's a heat. He'll pull it down and run across the 45. They get him out of bounds, couple of yards short of midfield. They'll mark it at the 48, and this offense is rolling. They weren't able to get that one off. It'll be a delay of game.
Delay of game. Offense.
The quarterback just lost track of the play clock. Didn't get the snap off quickly enough. Rides the back and leaves it on the option. And how about that play by that giant, that mountain of a man on the defensive front? Give to the running back. Oh, the quick spin move. Plenty of room on that play, and they find their way to the 36. The shot that clears want to move quickly.
Really nice resiliency by the running back. Sometimes you just got to be able to turn the page, right? You have a tackle for loss the previous play, they give it right back to you, and you make the defense pay. Good vision, good athleticism picking up that first. Why not give it to him again?
That's why the good Lord invented tight ends, isn't it, David? Get a good pickup on 1st down, open up the entire playbook.
And just makes life so easy on quarterbacks. I mean, you got these guys that are so gifted athletically that you can do everything with them. They're like overgrown wide receivers, and now understanding zones and how to attack them. It's just unbelievable when you got these kind of big athletes.
Wants to go up top on 1st down. On the run, and he'll slide to avoid the hit. A nifty pickup there. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. Quick timeout by the defense there, trying to make sure everyone has the same call. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. The defense calls the timeout. They're 2nd of the day as they try to get their act together. Not a lot of ground to cover and not much to defend. A big 3rd down in the red zone. From the gun, wants to pass. And the quarterback is knocked down back at the 13.
And this defense gets the first sack. And listen, it is so important to hit the QB, to affect the QB. Last week only had 2 sacks for this defense. They got to continue to put pressure and get that guy to the ground.
Now on 4th down, here comes the field goal team. the uprights right down the middle. And that will extend their lead even further. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Fellas, week to week, you just never know, which is why we're here with an update. Louisville has the lead right now, but it's not like Lamar Jackson is under center out there today, which might explain why this one is so close.
Just a hair too much on it from this big-armed sophomore quarterback. Plenty of distance between them and the sticks here on second down. Rides to back and leaves it. And this one will be stopped for no gain. Going to have to come up with a play on 3rd and 10 from inside their own 20. Back to pass, it's Uconn. Such great awareness along the sideline and the ability to get that foot down for the catch. Uconn will have to punt it away. Might have thought he'd want to try to pick up a few yards there, but he's content with making the fair catch right around the 35-yard line. Looking to throw on 1st down. Makes the grab down the middle. And just a short, safe pass play, they pick up a few. And the shot that clears will hustle to the line. They'll go to work in the air on 2nd down. Just too much heat that time, and they knock him down at the 31.
All right, this quarterback is going to have to start playing with a clock going off in his head. He knows he cannot hold on to the football too long with players like that getting after him.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, you'll need to push it downfield. And this defense goes back-to-back sack, Jack.
Well, he's off to an awesome start this season. Had a sack in the last game, gets his first sack right now. I think he has a chance to be a huge focal point in this defense moving forward, but let's just worry about what's happening now. This offense has to find a way to slow him down.
The shot that clears line up to punt it away. Doesn't say much for your drive when you're looking forward to the punt. He will signal for the fair catch and take it just inside the 35. First play of this drive comes from the 35-yard line. Coming out on 1st down with the play fake. He's going to let one fly down the middle. And they won't make the connection going for the big play. So now it's 2nd and long. They'll go to the ground. Plows through the defense. How in the world did the offense retain possession? And wait just a second, the official's going to take a second look at this one. I don't know if it was luck or aggression or just a fortuitous bounce, but at least they've got the ball back.
Well, one thing I do know, Reese, this running back has got to do a better job with ball security. You cannot turn the football over and expect to win this game. They're very lucky they were able to jump on top of that one.
So after reviewing the undisputable video evidence, the replay booth has decided to pass rush coming after the quarterback, and they get him at the 32. The defense was in the dime package. They didn't have to send an extra rusher. The big fellas up front took care of that.
Yeah, and all dime means is I'm bringing an extra fast guy on the field and taking an extra fat guy off the field. But listen, the fat guys still get home. Isn't that beautiful? The big, athletic defensive line still does a great job getting to the quarterback, getting him on the ground.
Uconn will have to punt it away. He's going to try to flip the field with this one. Fair catch is collected at the 24, and that's where they'll start this drive. The drive starts from their own 25-yard line. Snags it quickly on the left. Didn't pick up a lot there, moved it forward just a few. And the shot that clears are in the hurry-up. Wants to fire on 2nd down. Quickly to the tight end. And they pick up just a few on that completion. Faced with a 3rd and short from their own 32 to keep this drive alive. looking to throw. The screen, he's got wheels. Breaks into the open. And that is a nifty bit of navigation to get through that traffic and get the first down.
And as soon as the receiver caught the ball, you saw the quarterback start communicating to his teammates what the next play was going to be because they're now changing the tempo and going fast.
Gets it past the first down marker and still running. They get him corralled, but not until he's in the red zone. They'll mark it at the 14. The shot that clears are marching down the field. Quick release on the RPO. That completion takes them down to the 7-yard line, and they are ready to strike. Second down coming up on this red zone opportunity. They'll run it out of the shotgun. Great penetration by this defense, and they knock him down behind the line. A loss of 1. The terrain gets rough this deep in the red zone. Third down, they can't pick up the first without scoring. And the pass rush is effective, and they tackle him at the 19.
This defense so far, they've understood the mission. The mission is to get this fast, speedy quarterback on the ground. And they've got to him early, they've got to him often, and most importantly, they continue to get him on the ground and create these negative plays for this offense that creates a big hole for them.
They'll try to put 3 on the board as the field goal unit comes on. And he's already made 1. The holder will put it down at the 26 for a 36-yard try. And this one sails through just inside that left upright. And they'll push that lead out a little further.
Man, so many more times we're going to say, go for it, be aggressive. Nice to have a guy you can depend on, and you know you're putting 3 on the board. Nice kick, nice job.
Fielded in the end zone. It's Gore. Not a whole lot of room to operate on that return as the coverage unit was there and ready. They'll try to put a drive together starting from their own 12. Running back searching for a hole. Just a pickup of a couple out to the 15-yard line. Got 3 on first down at 2nd and 7.
A nice job being gap sound by this defense. And here you go. Watch what this offense does. They'll get right back on the ball.
And the pressure gets him back at the 8-yard line.
How nice is it as a defense when you can drop 7 guys into coverage, only rush 4, and still get home? That makes you feel good if you're the D coordinator.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, he'll need to loosen up that arm.
Reese, never a doubt. Are you kidding me? He had a 2-yard cushion there. Like, he knew exactly where he was on the field, trying to throw the ball down the field, create some space, right, to make it easier for your play caller. Quarterback gets sacked, but thank goodness it wasn't a safety.
Uconn will have to punt it away. 3 and out, they got stuck in reverse. They hope the punt can bail them out. Yet another punt on the way. Got to make sure that hamstring stays loose. He's been busy. That's a perfect example of not settling for a fair catch. Pick up whatever yardage you can and help out the offense. Gives it on the option. He breaks a tackle. There to make the tackle, and that's how we'll wrap up this first period. That's the end of the period, and Coastal Carolina has the lead. They came out and jumped on them early in the first. Let's take a break and look at the first quarter stats. This could be a pivotal moment in this game as we open the second period and they try to find a way to answer. First play of the period will be a 2nd down. Out of the gun, the running back has it. And the shot to clears have enough for the first down. So they move the sticks on the run. Let's see what they do with this one. Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw. And the incomplete pass had a lot of juice on it. They're dealing with a 2nd and long. Looking to fire. And the pass is incomplete thanks to a big hit. Now facing a 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Working that left side now. And boy, is he close to that first down. Maybe just a couple of inches short. So this field goal unit has been getting the job done. They've already made a couple here today. Oh, that one will leave a mark. No good. After the missed field goal, fellas, still a 13-point ball game. A lot of field in front of them as they open this possession from their own 20. From the gun, to give, looking for room. Stacked up after gaining a couple to the 23. And the Huskies come to the line in the hurry-up. Right down the middle. He's got it. Gets away from one, finds room. And he'll be tackled, but there is a flag on the field.
Pass interference. Offense.
Some penalties hurt a little bit more or a lot more than other ones. That one wipes out a huge game. It's complete. And he'll be brought down. The Huskies are at the line looking to convert on 3rd and short. Looking for a man. It's Uconn. Quarterback feeling the pressure, and down he goes at the 22.
Boy, this defense is ridiculous. On point. They know how to rush the passers. Multiple guys getting it done. 5 sacks, and we are still in the first half.
Uconn will have to punt it away. And these guys have been busy. 6th punt of the day. Coverage team gets the job done, and they'll mark him down at the 38-yard line. Opening snap of this drive comes from the 38-yard line. To the air on 1st down. Snagged in the middle. It's Golden.
And I love when my quarterback sees zone and knows exactly where to go with the football. Sees the wide receiver running the drag route, knows when to throw it, pulls the trigger for the easy completion.
They'll leave it with him. He's brought down, but it'll be enough for a 1st down. And he moved the chains on the ground last time. Let's see if they try to hit him up top. They'll try the run. Not much working there. It'll be 2nd and 9. Offense, quick tempo.
And that wasn't a big game, but look at the offense. Right back on the ball, ready to call a play, ready to go fast.
Looking for room. It's McConnell. Good, solid pickup there. Now they can start to smell it with a 1st down at the 31.
The defense has got to be more physical up front. Don't let them have those running lanes, those holes to break off a nice run, get a 1st down. And here's the thing, you better reload quick because they're right back on the line to call another play.
The Chanticleers have it with a 1st and 10.
And I don't know if this defense knows what just hit them because they gave up the completion, they gave up a 1st down, and now here's the offense back up at the line of scrimmage again, going tempo.
There he goes. Now the connection takes it to the 11. Going to work in the red zone. They can't pick up the 1st down without getting it into the end zone. He'll do it himself. Can't quite cross the plane to get the 6, but they'll have the 1st down. And the Chanticleers pounded the rock to move the sticks. Now back to work. They'll use the running game on 1st and goal. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Coastal Carolina.
And after starting the season 0-1, this offense felt like they just left plays on the field in that 1st game. But so far today, they're taking advantage. QB's making good decisions. Guys are stepping up. They've limited the mental mistakes. They haven't turned the football over. It's a different-looking offense here in Game 2.
The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Week in and week out, guys, you never know what's going to happen in college football. Check this out. Syracuse picked a bad day to have a bad day. The once proud tradition Dick McPherson built there in central New York, we're a long way from that right now. They're trailing by 14 to Mississippi State. Your boy KC has you covered here in studio, guys, in case anything changes in this one.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final.
And you're seeing the offense now mix up the tempos. After a successful run, they're now going hurry up.
Bring in the heat. And here comes the heat, and they get home, and they get him at the 21.
And if your job is to irritate, to confuse, to hit, to make quarterbacks feel very uncomfortable, this defense is definitely doing their job. 6 sacks. That's the way to make the quarterback feel like he's having a hard day. He's had no response. This offensive line has no response. Just a sack party.
Looking downfield, it's Uconn. They go to the wide receiver screen. He's not going to make it. What a job by this defense to stop him in his tracks. Hunt is on its way. Not going to risk a return here. Calls for the fair catch and makes it just around the 30-yard line. Opening snap of this drive comes from the 31-yard line. Picked off. What a play to set him up. He would have loved to make the big return there, but he still gives his team the ball at the 37.
I tell you what, as a quarterback, you got to have a short memory. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to be asked to do a lot, and he throws his first career interception. If I'm the coach on the sideline, listen, I'm bringing him over. This ain't going to be your last, big fella. Like, you're going to make mistakes. It's okay. Put him behind you. Next play.
The Uconn offense goes back to work. They've fallen into this big hole, and they are pretty desperate for answers right now. Works the middle, and they get to him and knock him down to prevent a big gain. And the Huskies headed quickly to the line. They'll go back to the ground. That is a big win for this defense as they were right there as soon as he got the ball.
Brings up third down.
They'll run play action. Can't find the man, and he'll be knocked down at the 40.
That is now the 7th sack on defense. This offense cannot protect their QB. It doesn't matter if the defense is blitzing or if they're just winning one-on-one. 7 sacks? That's just ridiculous.
So they're going to send out the field goal unit to try a long one. He's going to have to break out the thunderfoot on this one, a 57-yard attempt. And this one splits the uprights.
Well, they're able to get a field goal and put 3 points up on the board after getting that interception. You would like to have seen the offense do a little bit more with that possession, give themselves an opportunity to score a touchdown. But listen, teams will take 3 points any way they can get it.
And he hauls it in, and everybody's on the edge of their seats. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. First snap of this drive will come from their own 17. Try to get the edge with a quick touch pass. He's there to make the stop, and they threw it in reverse, losing yardage on that play. After getting knocked back to open this drive, it's 2nd and 12. They'll run the counter. And he never had a chance, just stopped cold as soon as he got it. The shot that clears need a massive chunk play to move the sticks here on 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. Trying to make magic with his feet. And he avoids the hit and slides after the short gain. And the shot that clears will bring the punt team onto the field. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. Might have thought he'd want to try to pick up a few yards there, but he's content with making the fair catch right around the 35-yard line. Off the play fake on 1st down. Throws to the wideout. He's got it. And he's to the 48-yard line. That'll be good enough for a 1st down.
And after that long completion for the 1st down, did you see everybody sprinting to the line of scrimmage offensively? They want to go tempo right now.
And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage.
I'll tell you, I just don't like throwing wide receiver screens against press man coverage. Receivers are not great blockers, and they just couldn't get it done there, and as a result, the offense actually loses a couple.
Good execution. They move the sticks, and they've got it at the 33.
Well, you haven't seen a lot of incompletions from this guy now in his last 2 games out. Completed over 70% of his throws last week. He's doing it again in this game. As a head coach, you got to love the fact that your quarterback is dialed in.
The Huskies want to crank the tempo.
Nice job by the receiver on the in route there. And how about the speed? After he made his break, he was able to actually separate a little bit from the DB, helping out his QB on that one.
They're going to run it. All down, but he has enough to move the chains. Finally, this offense starting to shake the cobwebs and get things moving. It's 1st and 10. To the air, it's Uconn. He's got him. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. Working well behind the sticks on 2nd down.
Yeah, nice job by the defense. That's what you're supposed to do. As soon as they catch the football, you want to limit that yards after the catch, and he went nowhere after the catch. Nice job by the D.
Runs through a tackle. Not a whole lot of room there on that screen pass, as it just never developed. Trying to move the sticks on 3rd down through the air. He's got it. He'll be stopped about 2 yards short of a 1st down. The defense going to stop the clock with a timeout. They want to make sure they have everybody on the same page. So the offense is going to go for it on 4th down. Has to get there to move the sticks. They make the tackle, but Uconn has enough for the 1st down. So close to cashing it in for this offense. A 1st down run in the red zone. Wrestled down at the 8-yard line as they threaten deep in the red zone. The defense uses their 2nd timeout of the half as they try to get their act together. And the D deny them on 2nd and goal. The run up the middle, trying to find his way to the goal line. He bullies his way all the way down to the 5-yard line. Looking to the end zone on 3rd and goal. And into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, Uconn. After the score, we'll see if that breathes a little fire into it.
And you see it all the time, right? You get that score, you get that energy, the crowd gets involved, and the defense got to get out and get you a stop. But this was step 1 to getting them back in the ballgame.
On to attempt the try. And with the extra point, every little bit counts as they get closer. They're ready to kick it away, and this crowd is buzzing after that last score. And he'll just take a knee, and this drive will start at the 25. They'll put this one in play. First snap of the drive from the 25. To the ground with the back. Forges ahead, picks up about 3 to the 29. The shot that clears, moving quickly to the line. The defense wouldn't let him loose there, and it was a completion, but they lost yardage. Somebody needs to make a play here. It's 3rd and long from the 26. From the gun, wants to pass. Makes the grab on the left. And they'll spot it at the 45. That's good enough for a 1st down. And the shot that clears come to the line with a new set of downs.
Hey, nice job by the QB. It's 3rd down. It's money down. I'm looking to throw the ball down the field. What's open? My running back. Find him, hit him, let him do the rest. Good job.
Now a 1st down from the 45-yard line. Wants to throw on 1st down. Under fire. Powers through the defender. And he dropped a quick spin move on him before being dragged down. Solid pickup on the play. To the air on 2nd down. And the heat gets home. They knock him down back at the 45.
The defense has had some bad stuff happen to them today, but one bright spot for them has been the pass rush. They've shown the ability to get after the opposing quarterback.
Now a lot of work to do chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. Here's the pressure. And the ball comes out. What a disaster. He's loose down the middle. Oh, the fumble and the defense got it. Touchdown, Husky. And they turn it into a defensive score.
That defenses are always trying to force turnovers to get the ball back to their offense, make those big plays. You know what the cherry on the sundae is? When you force the turnover, the pill hits the ground, you scoop it up, and you take it all the way back to the house. Huge play for this defense.
PAT unit on the field. And it's up and good as they draw just a touch closer. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Gentlemen, let's take a look at what's happening in this exciting college football game. Utah State is currently up big right now in a game they'll be talking about in Logan for some time.
They'll crank up this drive with the pass. He'll pull it down. Got the first himself. They finally corral him, but he turns that into a big gain and a first down. Looking to throw on first down. Fires to the wideout. Soft spot in the middle. Gets it inside the 40, brought down at the 39, and they can stop the clock. The offense will stop the clock and use one of its timeouts. Now they've moved it just inside the 40. 1st and 10 from the 39. Looking downfield on first down. Quickly out to the tight end. And he's brought down after a nice gain. The shot that clears want to pick up the tempo. Got to get everyone set. They spike it to stop the clock. Time dwindling away as they try to put points on the board right before the half. Looking downfield, and time is running short. He's got an open man. They get him down, but this offense is set up 1st and goal from the 9. To the line quickly. They'll spike it to save some time. On 2nd down, they'll try the field goal to get the points before halftime. Good, right down the boulevard. The lead now 6 here in the 2nd.
And listen, y'all know in the booth and everywhere how I feel about kickers. Don't always love leaving it on their foot, so to speak, but nice job executing. He keeps doing stuff like that. I'll keep trotting him out there.
From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. They'll knock him down, and that'll take us to halftime. That's the end of the 2nd quarter. That means it's time to join Kevin in our halftime update.
Guys, a first half that saw a little bit of everything there in East Hartford. And how do we possibly begin without singing the praises of this receiver? His ability to find gaps, run textbook routes, and then show that breakaway speed. He simply is the total package. How this secondary responds, whether they try to double team him or get aggressive at the line, that'll be the story of this 2nd half.
On the run from inside his own 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. First play of the drive comes from the 22. Going to the run to start this 2nd half. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play.
Well, the defense was trailing going in at halftime, and I think they made some adjustments against the run. They want to slow this guy down.
And the pressure was too much. They get him at the 15.
And I think this team knew going into halftime trailing, their defense was going to have to step up here in the 2nd half. And on the very first play of the 3rd quarter, they get a sack. That is good news for this defense.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, no secret what he needs here. And here comes the pressure, and there he goes down again.
For this defense, man, And to get back into the game, we talked about it at half. They got to pressure the quarterback. They got to force some sacks, and they do it. On this first drive, they get to him. They get him on the ground. Nice job by this defense.
And the shot to clears will try to pin them back with the punt. 3 and out and not much choice but to get rid of the ball. He just wanted to get it out of there from his end zone. Now a fair catch is called for and made just shy of midfield. So first play of the drive coming here from their own 49. The give to the back. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. And the Huskies racing to the line in the hurry-up.
And you gotta love this defensive performance so far. Done such a good job against the running back that you...
And the quarterback will be slung down back at the 43.
This is just so demoralizing. You want to talk about taking a game over. That's what this defense is doing right now. They are just winning in the trenches. They're easily the more athletic and more physical unit up front, dominating this O-line.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. Motion from the back. On 3rd and long, hoping to throw beyond the sticks. Oh, he had it. The deep ball was there, and it just trickled through his fingers. Uconn will have to punt it away. Doesn't say much for your drive when you're looking forward to the punt. Guys do their job and they get him stopped at the 22-yard line. They'll snap this one to start the drive from their own 22. Finds a soft spot in the middle. That one could really put this drive into high gear as they have a first down at the 37.
The biggest rule change for me, if I could make one in all of college football, would be illegal man downfield. And when they run these RPO plays and those linemen start to creep further and further down the field, I would love for the refs to call those more often. It's a cheating play, basically, running these RPOs. So hard to stop. Nice execution by the offense, but probably cheating too.
They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that first down marker. Takes it from the gun on 3rd down. Finds his back in the middle. And they knock him down, but he got past the line to gain. The shot that clears have their offense in high gear. This is a really good call because that angle route is tough to cover, especially on a 3rd down. It's picked off, and they ruin the drive with a turnover. And they'll get him down after a solid return.
There were a lot of people really excited about what this guy could do. Some were saying he could be an All-American, and he's proving them right. That's already his 2nd interception early in this college football season. Offenses are going to figure it out. They're going to stop throwing this guy's way. You just get in trouble when you try.
Good field position here as they start this drive from their 43. They'll run the RPO and fire to the right. Stopped at the 46-yard line, but give him 10 yards and the first down.
A nice passing game by this offense. The quarterback and the receiver on the same page, in time, in rhythm, creates the big play. And look at them. They're right back on the football, ready to run another play.
Pulls and throws off the RPO. Really good surge for this offense. They move the chains, and he's got it at the 34.
Well, I know the tight end did some good things after the catch, but got to give the quarterback credit, too, for the location of the throw. Because he put it out in front of his big man, he was able to make the catch and accelerate, creating some distance there between him and the defense.
Try to make up for some of that lost ground on 2nd down. And some room to work. Dragged down, but they'll move the sticks for a first down. The Huskies in the hurry-up. Unloads quickly. Turning it on. They'll get it down to the 8-yard line on that throw and catch, and the defense is backed up against the wall. Uconn comes to the line with a 1st and goal. Not much running room there thanks to this senior defender. Picked up some of what they needed on first down. Now it's 2nd and goal from the 5. To the air, it's Uconn. And the defense makes a play, sacking him back at the 10. Now on 3rd and goal, and that earlier sack left him with more ground to cover. From the gun, wants to pass. Right through his hands. He had a touchdown and just didn't look the ball in. It'll be 4th down. They'll play it safe and try for 3. Absolutely perfect. The lead is down to a field goal.
And that's not the way they wanted to end the drive, but nice job being ready and your field goal kicker coming through and putting 3 points on the board.
So the kickoff team is out there ready to boot it away after putting up a field goal. Let's see what the defense can do. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Leaves it with the back. He'll be stopped just short of the 20 at the 19. Give him 1. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down.
And after that run, getting right back up to the line of scrimmage to go hurry up, defense has to be ready.
2nd down, they'll go to the air. Makes the grab. He's close to the 1st down, but they're going to mark him just a little short. And the shot that clears come to the line on 3rd and short, looking to keep the drive moving. He's going to look for a man on 3rd and short. Finds his big tight end. They make the stop, but he'll have enough yardage for a 1st down.
Shotgun fundamentals are so key. He was like a shortstop. Caught the shotgun snap and right away rifled it out of his hands like he was turning 2. That was beautiful.
Makes the grab almost to the 1st down marker, but a good pickup on that one. 2nd down, they'll go to the air. Incomplete. He had to get rid of it before he wanted to. The defense put the heat on. The shot that clears come to the line on 3rd and short, looking to keep this drive moving. Quarterback on the keeper. They knock him down, but he's got enough to get it across the line and pick up the 1st down. And the shot that clears are on the move. Leaves it with the back. And he's able to find a little bit of running room before they get him down. Got 8 on 1st down, now looking at a 2nd and 2.
This shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. If you've got the lead in the 3rd quarter and you want to keep it, you got to bleed the clock. Best way to do that, run the football. And you're now seeing this offense call these run plays back to back. They are trying to be physical, and they're trying to stay on the field.
Using the quick game. Putting together a real scoring threat here as they pick up the 1st down at the 36.
And it's tough on the defense there. 3rd down, you're in zone coverage. Everybody's watching the quarterback, and you're trying to make a break on the ball, but he just got it out of his hands too quickly, and the throw was too accurate. Really nothing you can do there, and it's now a fresh set of downs.
Oh, he dropped it. That deep ball was right on the money. You just have to make that catch. Wants to throw it. And the quarterback will be slung down back at the 43.
This has been a bit of the story of this game so far, is this quarterback's running ability and whether or not the defense can stop them. They got the play there. They were able to get a sack, rally to him, and get one of the faster quarterbacks you'll see in college football down on the ground. This guy already has over 40 rushing yards in this game, so he has had some success, but I think a big key now moving forward is how does this defense stop him?
He puts a lot of air under it down the sideline. Oh, he had it. The deep ball was there, and it just trickled through his fingers. The shot that clears will punt this one away. And nobody able to field that punt as it rolls out of bounds. A little bit backed up to start this drive from their own 18-yard line. And this one will be stopped for no gain. Uconn quick to the line.
Well, you got to give the defense credit. They knew a big key in this one was slowing this dude down, especially after how well he played the last time out.
And the quarterback is knocked down back at the 13.
Another sack on the day. This offense has to do something different. Maybe bring in more bodies, run max protection, keep more guys in to block. Only guys out to run pass patterns. You got to do something different. But bottom line, you got to protect that QB.
On 3rd and long, doesn't need to take the check down. Setting up the screen. No sirree, not this time. The defense was there and ready for that one. So from his own end zone, the punt is away. He'll make the fair catch at the 44, and they'll have terrific field position. They'll get this drive started from their own 45-yard line. Finds the tight end. He stopped at the 45 after picking up 10 yards and the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs.
Nice job by the quarterback, seeing the receiver come open, getting him the football, making the first down, and they like to do this. When they make a first down, they want to go fast, they want to crank up the tempo.
He makes the stop almost as soon as he catches it, and they're short of the first down. He'll pull it on the read. Keeps it and gets past the chains. And how much running room have they been able to find just all day? They are piling up unbelievable rushing stats. Wants to go up top on first down. And the pressure gets there. And down he goes at the 18.
All right, offense has got to be better. You've done a nice job getting the football to this point in the red zone, but now you can't go backwards. You've got to be able to get rid of the football if it's not there, and that was a terrible play giving up the sack.
And the shot to clears with a long way to go after the loss on the last play. Back to pass on 2nd down. And he is finding wide-open defenders all over the field. His 3rd interception of the day. Bringing it back. Running inside the 20. Touchdown, Uconn! And what a turn of events as this defense gets the pick 6.
Awesome job by the linebacker there in coverage, reading the quarterback's eyes, spying the QB, knowing where that ball was going to get thrown, and then the ball skills just to pluck it out of the air and take it back for a touchdown. Awesome work.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And they did tack on the extra point, by the way, and knocked it right down the middle. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Dynamite matchup today, fellas. Let's show you what's going down. Louisville is darn near perfect offensively today. This is almost exactly the way they drew things up this week in practice.
Looking to throw on first down. Grabbed in the middle. It's off. And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain. The shot that clears want to move quickly. Power football with the run. Followed that blocking and got 5 out to the 26. They've already punted 4 times in this game, and they're about to run the guy out there for a 5th time if they don't pick up the first down here. They'll try to run for it. And with that effort, they pick up a fresh set of downs. They have it at the 34-yard line. And the shot to clears will snap it on 1st and 10. To the air on first down. Get it out to the supersonic guy. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground to cover to pick up the first.
Brings up 2nd down.
Second down, he'll throw it. Caught near the sidelines. He'll pick up a few before going out of bounds. The shot that clears are at the line, looking to convert on 3rd and short. On 3rd and short, they'll try to pick it up with the pass. Skips away from pressure. Across the 45. Crosses the 30. He's got a lane. Nifty little scamper on this one. Enough for the first down, and he slides in safely. Quick timeout by the defense there, trying to make sure everyone has the same call. Leaves it with the back. And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage.
Well, the defense didn't have a lot of time to celebrate that last big play because here's the offense right away back at the line of scrimmage, ready to roll again with tempo.
Wants to go up top. Quickly complete. Caught, and he's close to a first down on the nice pickup there. And the shot that clears come to the line on 3rd and short, trying to convert here. They'll try to power their way ahead. That'll be enough for a first down, and they've got it at the 16-yard line. The shot that clears kept this drive moving on the ground. Now back to work. He's got it on the right. They'll get it down to the 10-yard line on that completion. Going to work on 2nd down, and the red zone is still some ground to cover to pick up that first down. Back to pass. And they get to the quarterback and knock him down back in the 16. Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. 3rd and long, and he'll try to throw for it. And the pressure is coming in, and they get him again.
What a beautiful day for the defense. A sack for you, a sack for you. Everybody gets a sack. Everything good happening for this defense.
So here comes the field goal unit once again. They've already kicked 3 tonight. The kicker will try to punch one through from 41 yards away. And you want to talk about his favorite receiver, it might be everybody based on the number of guys getting touches and a chance to show off their hands in the passing game. Here comes the 4th. Time to see who steps up, who makes the winning plays to take home that W. So on 4th down, here comes the field goal kicker in a huge spot. Right down the boulevard. That brings them to within 1.
And this offense obviously wanted to take the lead, but they chip into the lead a little bit. Now they're going to need their defense. Just give me another opportunity. They only need a field goal in the 4th quarter. Nice job cutting into that lead.
Here he comes from inside his own 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, that they get him on the ground at the 20. They'll snap it from the 20 for the opening play of this drive. Here's the handoff. Oh, he's got some space. Good call, good execution as they move the chains, and they have a first down at the 38.
Well, the defense didn't blitz. They didn't have everybody in gaps, and the offensive line took advantage at the point of attack, getting some push, opening up a hole, and the offense ripping off a nice run there.
Pulls and fires it complete to the right. They stop him just short of the first down, but it will be 2nd and inches coming up. Off the play fake. He's going to throw deep right side. And that's going to be incomplete, going for broke on 2nd down, but 3rd down's coming up. And the Huskies come to the line needing just inches for the first down.
And David, on 3rd and inches right there, that's often a decision the quarterback predetermines. Who's my best guard? That's the guy I'm going to try to get behind.
And I know that defensively too, but I'm just trying to dive and create a pile, but it's so hard to stop that play. That's why you see it ran so successfully.
Plenty of work to do here on 2nd and long. And they pick up just 1. It'll be 3rd and 9. The Huskies will hustle to the line. Back to throw. It's Uconn. On target over the middle. They are on the move down to the 32, and they pick up another first down. And the Huskies come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Wants to throw on first down. And the quarterback runs out of time, and down he goes at the 38.
That's a good example there of complementary defense. The DBs and linebackers are playing zone. They're playing their spaces, and they force the QB to have to hold the ball, try to work through his progressions. And then the pass rush, they win up front.
Going to swing it on second down. And the pass is incomplete, jarred loose by the hit. And they have converted their first 2 third down opportunities, but this one a 3rd and long. Looking to throw, and he needs a chunk play. And trying to put points on the board on 3rd down. Now they're staring at 4th down. And now on 4th down, they will put it on the shoulders of the kicker to save them with his foot. And it took everything he had, but he barely gets it in there. They push the lead to 4 here in the 4th.
How about it? 50-plus, no problem. Big leg, nice accuracy. That's a big-time kick for this young man.
On the move from inside his 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. They come to the line for the first play of the drive, snapping it from the 21. Looking to throw on first down. And the heat gets there, and they get him down at the 14-yard line.
Quarterbacks don't have high completion percentages from their backs. It's been really hard for this QB to get in any kind of rhythm. We got to change something up here. We got to do something different because right now it's just a sack party.
And the Shanta clears now with a long way to go to pick up the first down. Got his man downfield. He'll get it up to about the 32-yard line before he stopped, and it'll be first down.
Man, that play takes some protection. If you're going to stick it in the belly and that wide receiver is going to run down the field that far, I need some good protection, and I need my lineman not to go downfield. Nice job by the quarterback making the right read, being patient, and throwing that strike.
Tries to do it himself on the draw. They'll get him on the ground at the 46, and it'll be a first down. The Shanta clears are in the hurry-up.
And the defense gives up the first down. And oh, here they go. They're going fast. No time to substitute. Got to communicate quickly and get back on the line of scrimmage.
He'll loft one deep down the left side. And they won't make the connection, looking to make a big play there. Backed up now, here's 2nd and long. Quick completion to the right.
And I don't like the play call, guys. Screen pass at this point of the game against the defense, playing big zones, prevent, trying to keep the ball in front. It's just not going to work. You've got to take shots offensively.
Flips it out in the flat.
Illegal touchdown.
They'll decline that penalty, obviously very happy with the results of the play. And the Shanta clears will punt it away on 4th down. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. And they'll get him down after the return at the 27-yard line. The give to the back. Shows him the stiff arm. And he's able to bounce off one tackle for a solid pickup. The Huskies with a 2nd and short to keep this drive moving.
It's a point in the game, I think, as a coaching staff where you really challenge your offensive line to go win the football game, right? We've got to lead late. We're going to run the football. And the defense and everybody in the stadium knows that's what's going to happen. Can we run the ball down their throats and impose our will? That's what this offense right now is trying to do.
And the quarterback runs out of time, and down he goes at the 38.
It is hard to continue to get up and get up like he has, being sacked time after time again. But this QB, this offense, they're undeterred. They're continuing to put drives together, and most importantly, they're winning the football game.
And the Huskies have put themselves in dire straits after that last play. It's 2nd and a mile. Looking to throw, it's Uconn. Fires to the middle. Lost the defense, he's wide open. And he was off to the races, finally tripped up at the 36.
One of the things I love about this guy is he's so hard on himself. Did a lot of good things last week, but he also threw one interception. He said that just ate away at him all week long. Coming into this game, he wanted to play perfect. No picks so far today. He's doing just that.
Well, will they dial up on 2nd and a long way to go?
And this offense gets nothing done on that play, but look at them. They're continuing to run this tempo. They want to try to do something to get a spark going to create a big play.
Nowhere close on that one as he got drilled trying to deliver the football, and now they face 3rd down. Pressure coming. Oh, he's going to try to hit him deep. Touchdown, Huskies. Nice catch and good work afterwards to get it into the end zone.
And, man, a lot of times late in games, you see offenses, they get very conservative, very predictable, and then they leave it in the hands of their defense. I like this execution, man. The offense continues to do what they do, and they take the 2-score lead in the 4th quarter, everything going in their direction.
And the extra point is up and good, and they have an 11-point. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
A bit of an under-the-radar game this week, guys, but take a look at this. Texas looks like a bunch of world beaters right now, marching. Field like Bevo in the pregame.
Carolina offense will take over 1st and 10.
They'll run it from the gun. Jukes his way for more.
You love to see this on offense. Early in drives, getting that kind of yardage keeps you ahead of the chains.
Leaves it with the running back. What a nice job by the defense to string it out, not give him any kind of alley, and knock him down for a loss. The shot that clears come to the line in the hurry-up. Looking to throw on 3rd. Oh, he dropped it. That deep ball was right on the money. You just have to make that catch. Down in the 4th quarter, it's too late for empty possessions. They'll go for it on 4th down. Unloads to the wideout. Makes the grab past the marker. Well, they just drained all of the suspense out of the 4th down conversion, moving the chains easily.
And this offense is going to have to come up clutch, man. Like late in the football game, you are trailing. This is why you get paid the big.
Quarterback can't pull the trigger, and down he goes at the 41.
The defense is just killing it. Success after success after success. If I'm the offense, I got to change something up, or my quarterback's going to be forced to change because he's going to be in the injury team.
And the shot to clears trying to find their way forward after the big loss on the last play. They'll go to work in the air on 2nd down. And the defense gets loose, bringing the heat, and down he goes again.
You know, it's going to be so important for this offense to get better up front protecting and try to give this quarterback a pocket to throw from, because David right now in that last play, he had no chance.
Yeah, and step one in stopping a good passing attack is always being able to affect the quarterback. And it's not always with sacks, and sometimes it's with pressures, but when you get the sacks and now you get them behind.
Fires one high and deep. And it is another interception. Just a terrible struggle for this quarterback. Knocked down at the 43-yard line, and the territory. So the first play of the drive will come from the 43. Keeps it himself and gets to first. And he's brought down after a nice gain. The offense lines up at the 40. They've got a first down. Got it behind the line. It's Gore. The defense wouldn't let him loose, and even though it's a completion, they lost yardage.
I mean, getting suffocated right away. How about the DB? Just seeing that initially, pulling the...
Just too much of a rush, and down goes the quarterback just behind the midfield stripe at the 49.
And the defense there goes zone coverage, maybe confused the quarterback a little bit, forced him to hold on to the football, and that allowed the pass rush to get home.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, you'll have to turn it loose deep. Caught in the backfield, it's Cook. And the defense had that one well covered, just a short game there. Uconn will have to punt it away. And you just won't see a more effective punt than that, out of bounds inside the 5-yard line. From the gun, running back gets to give. Got enough for the first down. Breaks into the open. Has plenty for the first down, and they stop him at the 28.
That is exactly what you want from your offense. Create some space, get out of the shadow of your own end zone, Palmer, and make it easier on this offense.
Yeah, it's nice when you have a running back.
Here comes the rush, and they've got him wrapped up at the 28. The shot that clears headed quickly to the line.
Nice job by this defense, pinning their ears back, getting to the quarterback, creating the sack. But look at this offense. They're deterred. They're right back on the ball, ready to snap it again.
They got to come up with a big play on this 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. He's going to let one fly down the middle. And that makes 5 interceptions in this one. The nightmare is alive.
And you will always remember your first. And how about that? Breaking on the football, getting an INT, the first INT. Keep the football, brother. The first of many big-time plays for this guy.
They'll crank up this drive from the 30-yard line. He'll keep it himself. Stopped in the backfield, and that'll be a loss of 2. Time is on their side, and they're going to wind that play clock all the way down. They'll run it to keep this clock grinding. They'll knock him down for a loss of a couple. The Huskies are way behind the sticks on this 3rd and forever. Looking deep down the right side. And the DB making a huge play, knocking it away downfield. And here comes the punt team. 3 and out, they got stuck in reverse. They hope the punt can bail them out. He'll be content with the field position, making the fair catch right around the 30-yard line. Coastal Carolina takes over, and here comes the offense. Complete disaster there. He loses 10. And the shot that clears with a long way to go after the loss on the last play. Wants to fire on 2nd down. Here comes the heat. And he got smacked just as he released the pass. It's incomplete. The shot that clears are in a mess here on 3rd and a mile. From the gun, wants to pass. And the misconnection on 3rd down. Coach has no choice here. The offense has to stay on the field, down multiple possessions this late. 4th down attempt cut. Lost one deep down the right side. Oh, he had it. The deep ball was there, and it just trickled through his fingers. Desperately wanted to keep the ball, but they did not. Finds his target down the middle. Now the connection takes it to the 11. Defense uses a timeout quickly, trying to get that ball back and preserve time for their offense. The RPO, fire complete to the left. The defense burns their third and final timeout of the half. They'll give it to the back. He's tackled right at the 10-yard line, and they're trying to cash in on this drive. Tight quarters deep in the red zone, but they can't pick up a first down without scoring. Third down. The officials stop the clock for the 2-minute timeout, and the offense is that much closer to victory. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. They stop him short of the sticks, and it'll be fourth down. This field goal unit getting some serious run. They've already been out there 3 times. The kicker will try it again. Absolutely center cut. And now the lead is even bigger.
I really like the decision by this offense because now they got to score 2 touchdowns. Time is not on their side. I can stay very, very conservative. Use that clock. I like the decision by this offense.
He'll bring it out. It's Golden. Rolling the dice to bring it out of the end zone did not work out as he stopped at the 13. They'll try to put something together, backed up a bit, starting at their own 13. Pulls it in. It's Shaw. And good coverage by the defense, just a short gain. They'll try to kick it into overdrive. Clock's running. Second down coming. Pocket breaking down. He's going to run it. This junior making his presence felt and making the stop after a short gain. On third down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. Now they've got a little room to work with. They're out to the 28 with a first down. Sprinting to the line to try to get this one off. Clock's running. Behind the chains now on second and long. Looking to fire. Just a short pass to the tight end. He's really close to that first down marker, but they stop him just a bit short. They'll go to the air on third and short. And they can't hook up on the big play, and that brings up a fourth down. They'll leave the offense out there to try to get it past the marker and pick up the first. Rushes on him. He'll try to do it himself. And he'll slide after picking up the first down. And the Chanticleers want to crank the tempo. And they'll spike the ball to try to save as much time as they can. Plenty of distance between them and the sticks here on second down. Wants to go up top. Gets it out fast. Found a little bit of room to operate, but he'll be stopped just short of the first down. It has been said that the obstacle is the way, and this obstacle is now back-to-back losses.
Back-to-back L's. It's not the end of the world, though. I still think there's time for this team to figure out.
A top 25 flash in the early season as both of these programs try to make an early statement. The Zips will kick it away first. And And it'll be a touchback. The ball will come out to the 25-yard line. The Cardinal offense will take the field to get things underway. Every team has impact players. What traits are you looking for when it comes to players who can make an impact, David?
Well, obviously, you want the main things, right? Speed, physicality, like all power, all those things are really, really good. But you also need guys that will hold people accountable, guys that will lead, and it's nice to have those guys on your team. They're the leaders of the team, and they're the best players.
And part of the reason why they're leaders is because these guys galvanize their teammates, right? We've seen time and time again, these dudes make plays, and it just sparks the sideline. It sparks the coaching staff. It sparks the fans. They're special players, and they all have to play well today.
That, friends, is a busted play. Incomplete. The Cardinal come to the line facing third and short. Makes the grab on the shot. They've got it to the 49-yard line, and they'll move the chains. This drive's been productive so far. Already picked up a couple of first downs, now out close to midfield. Under fire. Now adjusting. He's brought down, but not before he turned that into a positive play and picked up a few on the run. The Cardinal can be aggressive here on second and short. The give on the option. Not much running room there thanks to this senior defender. They have work in front of them on third and short from the 42. He'll go to the sneak. Stanford at the line on first down. Let's see if they lean on that offensive line. Dropping back, it's Rhodes. And this one falls incomplete, but I think the defense was in the neutral zone. It was a free play.
Offside defense.
Good job by the QB there, using his cadence, using his clapping, trying to get this defense offside.
They'll leave it with him. Tackle is made at the 30-yard line after he picked up 4. Stanford could choose to go for it all here on second and inches. They'll try the run. They'll knock him down for a loss of a couple. This opening drive, methodical, efficient. They'll snap it for the 9th time on third and short. Looking to throw for it. Quarterback moving out of the pocket. Picks up the first down and gets down to avoid contact. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. The give to the tailback. Defense there to stop him at the 20. Let's give him 3 yards on that carry. After the productive first down play, it's second and 6. The play action fake. Grabbed over the middle. It's Daly. They make the tackle, but he's got a fresh set of downs, and it's first and goal from the 7. They'll try to get it in with the run. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. They keep pushing forward, now back to work on second and goal from the 6. Back to pass. Oh, they're after him. And the Heat gets there. And they get him down at the 14-yard line.
Yeah, and that's back-to-back games. This guy's notched a sack, starting to be a problem. A guy that's diagnosing passes, rushing the passer really, really well. This defense could use this guy's production consistently.
And how big is that earlier sack now as they try to get it in the end zone here? On third and long, a check down would be the last resort. Wisely avoids the tackle with the slide. And on fourth down, here comes the field goal unit. And he'll boot one from the right hash. He ought to be able to navigate that angle from this distance. He splits the uprights. And with that, they break the seal on the scoring. It's 3-0.
And he'll take that first drive. Like, you wanted a touchdown, but you gave the people here at home something to cheer about on that first drive. Move the football enough to get your kicker an opportunity and to put 3 on the board.
And he takes this from inside the 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. So Akron's offense will try to get something started with their first possession. And, David, they've got a guy in the backfield that certainly is capable of carrying more than his share of the weight in this offensive attack.
Yeah, he's a piece, but I would argue this, Reese. Like, you need to get the ground game going. For this offense to be successful, they need a physical tone setter, and he can be that, sometimes up, sometimes down. They need that consistently, Jesse.
They need him to show up when it matters the most, and there's going to be times in this game like we've seen throughout his career when the defense wants to take away wide receivers or players on the perimeter, and that's when this guy has to show up and shine. He's got...
They get enough rush, and it pays off the sack at the 20.
And that's not a good sign for this offense. You gave up 4 sacks a week ago. Now you're already getting your quarterback hit. They've got to protect their dude. They got to give him more time so he can make plays down the field. Protection is the biggest issue for this offense.
And the Zips will call on their punt team. First time we've seen their punt team this afternoon. He will signal for the fair catch and take it just inside the 35. Opening play of this drive comes from the 34. Dropping back, it's Rhodes. Throws to the wideout. Wide open downfield. And they're getting it rolling with that play to the 42-yard line. Fast completion moves the sticks in. Let's see if they try it again. They'll send the tight end in motion. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. Didn't have much of a choice there but to get rid of it. So now it's 2nd and long. Trying play action. Just too much of a rush, and down goes the quarterback just behind the midfield stripe at the 49.
Oftentimes with play action, you're asking the quarterback to hold on to the ball a bit longer, and you're asking this offensive line to hold up and pass pro a bit longer. Against this athletic front 7 on defense, it's going to be tough.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to turn one loose downfield. They're working that left side. He gets inside the 40 to the 39, but he is still well short of that first down marker. It'll be 4th down. And he missed it. No good. Guys, a missed opportunity there. The lead is still 3.
And sometimes I just feel like 4th down, man. Just go for it every time. Like the field goal miss-make rate. And listen, kickers have improved the last couple of years, but you left some points off the scoreboard there.
He wants to start this drive with a pass. Fires to the tight end. Just gashing this defense. A big gainer to the 40-yard line. The Zips moving quickly to the line.
Offenses love the explosive plays through the air, pushing the ball down the field. And look at this. Sometimes it creates some momentum, and you want to capitalize. So you go get on the ball and get ready to run some no-huddle.
And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. Here's a quick throw out to the left. There he goes. Inside the 20-yard line. Pushed out at the 18, and they're in business.
At the 19. First down for the offense.
From the red zone, looking for a man. Hauls it in. They get him stopped at the 5-yard line, but it will be 1st and goal from there. On the doorstep of cashing it in for the offense. Looking for the score. And it's a touchdown, but hold on just a second. We'll have to see what the flag's about.
Offside, defense.
Maybe a momentary scare for that offense when they saw the flag. It's on, the defense declined, and the touchdown stands. Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point makes it 7-3. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Clemson is currently ahead early right now in Death Valley, but they just haven't been able to separate themselves offensively.
Back to throw, it's Rhodes. Makes the grab, it's Singleton. And they're able to force him out of bounds after a short pickup. They're dealing with a 2nd and long. Looking to fire. That's caught. It's Singleton. This junior making his presence felt and making the stop after a short gain. On 3rd down, he drops to throw. And the quarterback is knocked down back at the 13. How about that Mike linebacker bringing the heat right up the middle?
Right down Broadway, right in the middle of the defense. This is the guy that sees everything, makes all the calls, and you could tell he knew where he was coming downhill. It came wide open, and he comes to the quarterback and gets the sack.
The Cardinal will have to boot it away.
On to kick it away.
Makes the catch, wants to make a move upfield. He was able to get that ball up to the 48-yard line before he stopped on the return. We're through one, and what a back-and-forth battle between these two quarterbacks as we look at the stats. And they've swapped into the field, and we'll get it going in the 2nd. They've got a 1st down here to open the period. Off the play fake on 1st down to throw. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. To the air on 2nd down. Throws to the tight end. A strike downfield. And they'll do more than move the chains. They'll move that thing more than 30 yards down the field before he's finally stopped. To the ground with the back. He stopped at the 14-yard line, and they'll stay on the attack from there. They're lining up in the Wildcat. Let's see what they have dialed up for this one. Direct snap. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Zips.
One thing this team has shown early this year, it does not take them long to find their footing. They get off to fast starts. That was critical for them, winning their 1st game, and you've seen it here in this one, too. They show up ready to go. There's no sleepwalking. I think you got to give this coaching staff a ton of credit for putting their players in good positions to have success.
And the extra point is good, and they have an 11-point lead. Kickoff unit on the field, and this defense will be called on to protect this lead. He'll start the return inside his 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. So they start this drive from inside their own 20 at the 19-yard line. Under fire. They get to him as he throws. Can't hold on. He had him right down the middle, and he flat dropped it. One back in the backfield. He gets the carry. Now they've got even more breathing room out to the 31 and a fresh set of downs. 1st and 10 for the offense. Looking to throw, it's Rhodes. Flushed out of the pocket. Turning it on. A really nice run and gain, and he gets down to avoid taking punishment. This offense has been sluggish to say the least, but finally they're on the move on 1st and 10. Can't get him to the ground.
That's a really good job by the defense, wrapping him up, getting him on the ground. Take away that run game. Make him one-dimensional, put him in passing situations. Really good job by the defense.
Now the play fake. Got his man quickly. And the big fella couldn't elude the cornerback who makes a sure tackle. Just this side of midfield, the defense trying to rise up on 3rd and short from the 49. Makes the catch. It's Singleton. Steered out of bounds at about the 36-yard line. A big pickup, and they are threatening. Looking downfield on 1st down. And the defense picks up a sack, getting the quarterback down at the 44.
What a nice answer by this defense. You give up the big play, you respond right back. You get the sack, create some momentum for your side. Nice job by this defense staying with it.
These guys are bringing serious heat. They are like sharks swarming and just getting after the passer. Second down, they'll go to the air. Here's the heat. Got a man. It's Singleton. And they'll knock him down. Stanford at the line, needing to convert on 3rd and short. They'll try to get it through the air. Quarterback now on the run, still looking. And he scoots his way to the first down and then slides to avoid the hit. The Cardinal, once feeling the shadow of that goalpost, now have moved it out and putting a drive together. The give from the gun. Wrestled to the ground, but he's inside the 10 and down to the 9. It'll be second down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. Looking to pass. It's Rhodes. Bringing the heat. And the heat gets there. And they get him down at the 14-yard line.
Man, this poor quarterback, he's got no time. You got to protect your quarterback. You got to find different ways to do it. Sometimes it's not working with 4 wide receivers. Maybe you bring in a couple tight ends. Go max protection, more guys blocking, less guys in routes. But you got to find something to have success.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. Here's the pressure. And he feels the heat coming and it burns him up. Another sack.
Man, I think this quarterback needs to take his offensive line out for dinners more often because they're not protecting him. And sometimes it doesn't even look like they're trying. That now the 6th sack of the game for this defense.
And if the kicker can put one through, this will be a successful drive. The holder's going to line it up right at the 30. This will be a 40-yard field goal attempt. Smashes it between the uprights. That'll make it a 1-possession game. The lead is 8. They were able to get a field goal on the board, and now they'll kick it away. On the run from inside his own 5. And the coverage team able to wrestle him down. This drive will open from the 15. Wants to go up top on first down. It's complete on the right side. Oh, he's got some space. A little more space. Open up that playbook even more as they pick up the first down out to the 30. Keeps it on the draw. Nice move to keep running. And he was able to get away from one tackle, but plenty of help was on the way. Decent pickup on that play. Smith wants to throw. Fires to the middle. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. And this defense's head is spinning. He gets it down to the 27.
Well, Reese, you and I were talking about this before the game. How is this defense going to be able to deal with all the speed they have offensively? You saw them just rip off a big play.
And, Jesse, now their head's spinning just a little bit. Give up a big chunk play, and it's right back at them. And the Zips have it with a 1st and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. He's going for the goal line. They get him on the ground at the 3-yard line, but this defense is taking some punches. He'll run it to the right, looking for the goal line. Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, Akron. Effective offense, leading the way here and establishing this lead.
And that's how you draw it up, right? You want to come out, be clicking early, get everything going, want to get all the facets rolling. The defense right now on their heels, they have no answers. The offense doing whatever they want.
Getting set for the point after. And the extra point puts them on top 21-6. So that scoring drive took only 6 plays and closed the deal with a 3-yard touchdown run. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. They'll start this drive from the 18-yard line. going right to work up top. Pressure coming. And the quarterback is knocked down back at the 13.
I think this quarterback now at this point is looking over to the sideline saying, hey, can we just not throw it anymore? I mean, my guys, they can't block for me. I've got no chance back here. We need to just run the ball from this point out.
They've already racked up big sack numbers. It's starting to snowball, and they are ready to go again. Off play action. He lost it high and deep down the left side. Oh, he dropped it. That deep ball was right on the money. You just have to make that catch. Gives it on the option. He'll be brought down at about the 18-yard line. Not enough to move the sticks. Stanford lines up to punt it away. The solid return there offsets some of the punt yardage and really sets up this offense nicely. On the ground, it's Jolly. Runs through the tackle. And he'll find enough running room to get it just short of midfield at the 49. Smith dropping to pass. Pucks it out of the air. They make the stop, and he'll have enough yardage for a first down. Down to 2 minutes before the half, and they'll take the timeout and see if they can add a little more before the break. Looking to throw on first down. That's caught. It's Jones. Nice gain on that play, but leaves it a little short of the first down. The Zips can really attack on this second and short. Quick strike complete. Breaks into the open. And he's brought down after a nice gain. Inside the 15, first and 10 from the 14. Caught in the backfield. It's Hardy. They'll spot the ball at the 12 after that completion. Quick timeout from the offense to save precious seconds. Operating in the red zone here on second down. Wants to go up top. Makes the catch. And he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Zips.
And this is blowout city. This offense has been up and down the field. We've seen explosive plays. They score again here right before halftime. I don't know, guys. I mean, can we do running clock in the second half?
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with the extra point, the score is 28-6. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Guys, as you know, there is a fight for the Cy-Hawk going on between Iowa and Iowa State, and we finally have a winner. Iowa State somehow, some way, found a way there in Ames and picked up a much-needed victory. It wasn't a masterpiece, but let's be honest, it wasn't a loss either. All that speculation all week, and now we know. But something tells me, fellas, we haven't heard the last of either of these teams.
And Kevin Connors keeping an eye on everything all over the country. Sounds like they had a good one there. The pull and throw off the RPO. They make the stop, but there is a flag on the field. We'll see what that's all about.
Ineligible CC, downfield, offense.
So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. Line gets set, first down. Pulls it and fires to the left. And they pick up just a few on that completion. To the air, it's Rhodes. Get it out on the screen. Powers through the defender. Found a little bit of room there to get it up to the 30 before going out of bounds. First half in the books. Time now to join Kevin Connors in our halftime update.
Guys, after seeing that, sign me up for another 2 quarters there in Palo Alto. And we'd be remiss if we didn't start this halftime report by giving props to this superstar tight end. He's been almost, you know what, check that. He has been unguardable with that unusual blend of speed, size, hands, and route running. He is a pick-your-poison kind of player. And with that, let's send it back to the guys inside Stanford Stadium.
Stanford will kick it off to start the second half. Here he comes from inside his own 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. This drive will start from the 19-yard line. Use the play fake, now to throw. Oh, does he turn that loose down the middle. Oh, he had it. The deep ball was there, and it just trickled through his fingers. Try to make up for some of that lost ground on second down. After the incompletion, back to the passing game. Working the middle, it's complete. That one could really put this drive into high gear as they have a first down at the 37.
First down for the offense.
Caught in the backfield, it's Hardy. And this one will be stopped for no gain. Working well behind the sticks on second down.
Second down coming up.
Back to pass. Pressure's there, and he gets rid of it.
This offensive line's got to do a better job. I mean, he doesn't even have time to go through his progressions. You've got to give your QB some time. You've got to make him feel comfortable. They didn't. They got in there quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Complete out of the backfield, looking for the sticks. And the Zips decide to punt it away. This will be the second time they've had to kick it away. Blocked those heels at the 10 and didn't go backwards. He makes the fair catch there. Opening play of this drive comes from the 11. From the gun, running back on the move. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. Back to throw, it's Rhodes. Fires to the big fella. Tackle is made at the 22, but a nice 10-yard pickup there. On first down from their own 22. To the air on first down. Here comes the heat. Bought a little time, lets it go. Takes the easy throw in the flat. He's brought down, but he went backwards after that completion, not the way they had it drawn up.
Second down coming up.
They'll run play action. And the quarterback goes down at the 11-yard line.
Man, this defense has played so well, and this offense, they've struggled. They haven't executed greatly. They're going to have to do it against a really good defense who continues to apply pressure. They got to find a way to protect their quarterback a little better.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, hoping to throw beyond the sticks. Unleashes it on the run. He's got it on the left. He's brought down, but there's a flag on the play. Let's see if it stands.
Pass interference. Defense.
And the offense didn't need to accept the penalty thanks to that big play. Stanford gets set to snap it on first down. Fires left. Makes a connection. Just what they were looking for, and he's got him set up in business at the 35 with a first down. Wants to throw on first down. And the quarterback will be slung down back at the 43.
This defense has taken the game over. They're winning the game in large part because of how dominant they've been up front and how good their pass rush has been.
The Cardinal increasing the degree of difficulty after that last play. It's 2nd and long. Wants to throw. It's Rhodes. Snagged in the middle. It's Singleton. And he'll be brought down. And this offense is desperate to keep this drive alive. Trailing by multiple possessions, and it's getting late. The give to the lone running back. Not going to get there. Not going to get close as he's brought down at the 30. It's 4th down. He'll try to throw and pick up the first down. Fires to the wideout. He's got it. First down and more. And they finally get him to the ground. An easy conversion for this offense. Defense not exactly the perfect fourth down call there. They go to the ground. Headed to the end zone. And he waltzes in for the score. Touchdown, Stanford!
A big question mark for this offense coming into the year, guys. Who could score touchdowns? Who are going to be their biggest playmakers on offense? This guy scored in the first game. He's off to a great start in this one with that touchdown. This guy looks like the real deal.
Ready to try the point after. The extra point is good, and they cut it to a 28-13 game. They're set to kick it off. You think this crowd's going to get loud when their defense comes on the field? On the move from inside his 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. They'd love to put a long drive together here as they start from their own 21. Stopped in the backfield. He's going to lose 3 yards on the play. The Zips now with a long way to go to pick up the first down. Smith wants to throw. And the defense makes a play, sacking him back at the 10.
Man, this offense has been bad. How about the first play? Nowhere to go, nowhere to run, tackle for a loss. Second play, you get your quarterback sacked. And the third play, now we're sitting in 3rd and long, right where this defense wants to get us.
Now a lot of work to do to move the chains, keep this drive alive after that earlier sack. On 3rd and long, doesn't need to take the check down. And here comes the pressure, and there he goes down again.
Really nice job by the defense because they're doing their part, especially these last 2 drives now. Trailing here in the second half, but not by much. And they know if they just keep getting it back to their offense, good things are going to happen. Really nice job on 3rd down that time, getting the sack and now giving their offense another chance.
And the Zips will punt this one away. 3 and out and not much choice but to get rid of the ball. He's got great speed. And they'll bring him down to get the offense started on the next drive. He'll do it himself. Makes a man miss. At the 35, he's open. Down to the 26-yard line before they ride him out of bounds, and this defense is on its heels. Tight end in motion, see how the D reacts. He leaves it with his back. Big pickup on the ground here to keep this drive moving and give them a first down. Stanford fresh off that big run going back to work. And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage. Defense rose up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a 2nd and long coming. He's got it and still on his feet. They go up top to get it down to the 5-yard line as they try to pay off this drive. Wants to throw for it on 3rd and goal. Lets it fly. Touchdown, Cardinal! Fired in from the red zone for the score.
And he finds the end zone. I tell you what, man, this guy's going to be a force. You look at this offense, they find different ways to get him the football, different ways to use him. 3 times now he's entered the end zone, and not even 2 full games yet. This dude's a playmaker.
Lining up for the PAT. And the PAT will draw them 1 point closer. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Clemson is darn near perfect offensively today. This is almost exactly the way they drew things up this week in practice.
And the coverage team gets the returner on the ground. Off the play fake on 1st down to throw. He makes the catch. Really good job to pick up a chunk of yardage and get it out to the 39-yard line.
And it's frustrating as a defense when you give up that first down and you give up that pass play. But here we go with this offense. They're right back on the ball. You got to flush that. You got to get lined up, and you got to communicate.
Lost one on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. Smith dropping to pass. Good timing on the quick out. And he'll step across the sidelines after making a good gain on that one. They'll snap it from the gun on 3rd down. Catch in the middle. It's thrown. Gets it all the way down to the 39-yard line. It'll be a 1st down. The Zips are rolling down the field. And the physical play there forces the incompletion on 1st down. Plenty of work to do here on 2nd and long. Firing to the right, complete. There he goes. And he's brought down after a nice gain. And the Zips want to pick up the tempo. Trying to cap this drive with the pass. Incomplete thanks to the great defensive pressure there that sort of threw them out of rhythm. Backed up now, here's 2nd and long. Looking to fire. Nice defensive play to get a hand in there and knock it away. They were really starting to put a drive together. After a couple of incompletions, now they need a big play on 3rd and 10. Oh, they really could have used that catch there. Physical pass defense. It brings up a 4th down. And they're going to head out to line up for a field goal. Nestled just inside that right upright. And that lead grows even bigger. So after the last drive ended with a field goal, the kickoff team out there to send it away. And he'll just take a knee, and this drive will start at the 25. The drive starts from their own 25-yard line. Looking for a man, it's Rhodes. Slips away. He's going to be able to pick up a few yards before the slide. These two quarterbacks have produced as we check out their numbers after 3. Not only is the scoreboard on their side, but so too is time as we open the 4th. It'll be 2nd down as we open the final stanza. And the quick shuffle pass. He is stopped behind the line of scrimmage. They'll lose yards on that one. 3rd down play from the gun. He's going to let one fly down the middle. It's picked off, and they ruined the drive with a turnover. He was thinking big return, didn't get that, but boy, did he give his offense an opportunity at the 31. Lining up in the Wildcat. Let's see what they've got. Back has it. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. Got stuffed on 1st down. It's 2nd and 10. Pulls and throws off the RPO. At midfield, he's got room. And the explosive play, and they're on the move all the way to the 44. The Zips racing to the line in the hurry-up. He's been so locked in, it seems like any pass called is a guaranteed chunk play.
Yeah, and winning late like this in the ball game, keep trusting him, keep spinning. You know why? Because stats matter late in the game. You want some postseason awards? Keep chucking it, keep getting those stats.
And the Zips have put themselves in dire straits after that last play. It's 2nd and a mile. Catch in the middle, it's Hardy. And he won't quite get there, but boy, after that pickup, just a few inches to go for the first. An array of possibilities here. He'll keep it on the sneak. All down, but they'll move the sticks as he picks up the first down.
That's a first down for the offense.
Holds and fires complete to the right. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. Smith wants to throw. Got him downfield. He is down at the 1. A terrific run after the throw and catch.
Defense just hasn't had an answer for this guy. He has been on point. This is about as good as I've seen him play at the quarterback position. And here in the fourth quarter with a big lead, he's still taking shots.
Quarterback on the keeper. And he runs it in for the score. Touchdown, Akron.
And you see the option being such a pain in the behind of the best programs in college football. When you got quarterbacks that have those multiple options, they're making you play very disciplined, and the QB takes it himself, gets in for the score.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And now with the extra point, they're up by 18 here in the fourth. Kickoff unit back to work, and they have been busy as they've built this sizable lead. And he takes this from inside the 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. We'll see what they can do on this drive that starts at the 16-yard line. Looking for a gap. It's Cherry. Not much to show for it. This defense has kept them bottled up all day. After getting knocked back to open this drive, it's 2nd and 12. Wants to go up top. Grabbed in the middle. It's Singleton. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there. Still a bit short of the first down. The Cardinal come to the line with lots of work to do on 3rd down. Pocket breaking down. And the quarterback goes down at the 11-yard line.
And this defense has done such a great job. Another sack on the day. They forced an interception. They've been flying all over the field playing great defense.
Stanford lines up to punt it away. Doesn't say much for your drive when you're looking forward to the punt. And they'll haul down the returner to start us on the next drive. Akron has it back, ready to send that offense back onto the field. Give to the running back. And there was nowhere to go, just stopped in his tracks in the backfield. The Zips trying to find their way forward after the big loss on the last play. Smith dropping to pass. Gets it out quickly. Didn't pick up a lot there, moved it forward just a few. Now facing a 3rd and long. Gets the back moving. On 3rd down, going up top. That's caught. It's Hardy. He gets the job done on 3rd down. They move the chains. It's at the 37.
First down for the offense.
That's reeled in. It's Hardy. Ripping off a good chunk inside the 25, and they're set up with a first down.
And that's a first down for the offense.
And he'll pick up 1. It brings up 2nd and 9. Stuck with a running game on 1st down. Now here they come again.
Brings up 2nd down.
Back in motion, try to clear the picture. 2nd down, they'll go to the air. And that's going to be incomplete. A lot of contact on the play, but no flags. It'll be 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. And the ball comes out. What a disastrous play.
It's so hard to force fumbles. And when you do, you so badly want to get them. You're crawling. You're doing whatever you can to get there as a defender. But the offense fortunate enough to cover it back up.
Now on 4th down, here field goal team. Well, they've already made one. The holder will put it down at the 38 for a 48-yard attempt. Never a doubt. Right down the middle. And that will extend their lead even further.
And they just tack on more points to this big lead. Listen, fourth quarter was sitting extremely pretty. All we got to do, not give up big plays, make them earn everything they get the rest this way, and we looking pretty good.
Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. They'll get this drive going from the 17. Coming out on first down with the play fake. Rushes on him.
It's just so nice to have a QB under center. Nowadays in football, you can trust these guys. You put so much on their plate, and you tell them, go get positive yards when it's there. And a lot of these guys are such great athletes, they do it with ease.
Fakes the grab. Knocked down immediately, but a nice pickup on that one. Stanford quickly to the line. To throw, it's Rhodes. Under fire. Trying to get rid of it. Just had to get rid of that one. Good job to avoid the loss. Down by multiple possessions. You can't come up empty on this drive. They'll go for it on fourth down. Off the play fake. Oh, they're after him. He's going to let one fly down the middle. Off and running. At the 20. Touchdown, Stanford. He got a step and just dusted the field.
And I'm pretty sure the card usually tells you to punt in this situation, backed up on your own end, but forget that. We're going to be aggressive. And how about the deep shot down the field on fourth down? You make the play and get the huge explosive touchdown for this offense. Risk it for the biscuit, baby.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. Right down the boulevard. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Guys, let's take a look at what's happening in a great college football matchup. OHIO. Ohio State is up big right now in what's shaping up to be a blowout to remember. They're up by 21 over North Texas. Just another week of college football where we've come to expect the unexpected. Fellas?
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. They'll snap it from the 34 on 1st and 10. They'll try to keep this clock moving on the ground. Timeout called there by the defense, desperate to get the ball back and save as much time as possible. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line, 2nd and 7. Here's the handoff. Got room to work. Runs through a tackle. Not much room. A pickup of 2 down to the 28. Quick timeout called by the defense, stopping the clock to save as much time as possible for their offense. Smith wants to throw. And a missed opportunity on 3rd down as the defense knocks it free, and 4th down is coming up. So here comes the field goal unit. They've been doing work today. They've already made a couple. He slides that just inside the right upright. And they'll push that lead out a little further.
And with that kick, man, it's a tall order for the other side. I mean, down 3 possessions. Like, this offense is going to have to get the ball and do something with it, and do it quickly if they want to get back in this football game.
He'll start the return inside his 5. And the return man is stopped, and that'll leave it up to the offense on the next drive. Good news, I guess. A lot of room to work with as they start this drive from their own 15. Looking to throw on 1st down. Good job to toss that ball out of bounds and avoid the loss. What will they dial up on 2nd and a long way to go? Back to pass. Using the back as a receiver on the screen. And this one will be stopped for no gain. Stanford to the line on 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. He's going to let one fly down the middle. And they wanted it all on 3rd down, but now dealing with 4th down. The punt team makes its way onto the field. On the move, looking for a little sliver of hope. They make the stop, and that is exactly what you want out of your punt cover unit. The Zips take over in Akron, ready to get that offense to work. Running back searching for a hole. Oh, what a move. This freshman makes the stop after a short gain. We've reached the 2-minute timeout, and the clock is definitely on their side. They'll just try to run it out here. Looking for a crease. It's Jolly. Turning it on. They'll get him stopped at the 34. He's got 10 yards on that one and a first down. He wants to change this route. From the shotgun, they'll run it. Got a little space. Makes his man miss. He'll go out of bounds right at the 23-yard line. And the Zips have it with a 1st and 10. And this one is just about in the books. The defense can stop the clock one more time as the offense takes a knee. Coming into this one, we wondered whether these guys were a little bit overrated, and certainly they did nothing to dispel that notion.
They were playing angry today, and I know talking to some of their players, David, coming into this game, they felt like they were being disrespected. A lot of people thought their opponent might get them today, so they took this opportunity to make a statement and make an example out of their opponent.
And those are fun moments in the locker room, aren't they, Jesse? Like, everybody's doubting us. Nobody thinks we can win. It's really easy to motivate that type of squad. They played motivated. They played a little ticked off. I'm here for it. I love it. I love the excitement, the adrenaline, the emotion, and they earned a big dub today.
Thanks so much for spending some time with us. For David Pollack and Jesse Palmer, I'm Reese Davis, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.